Education and Social Sciences ICESRE, hosted by Research and Society Service Unit of Universitas PGRI Semarang on the 14th of November 2020. Before we begin, allow me, Dwi Nuvitalia, as the Master of Ceremony, to read the conduct of the program. The first, participants shall display your full name and code as shown in the program book. Participants shall activate the camera and disable their microphone during the opening ceremony and plenary sessions. At the last, there will be a photo session at the end of the opening ceremony. Please cooperate. And then please take a note that all presenters and co-presenters attending the conference must individually complete the registration process by submitting the registration form on the link informed in the rule of conduct in the program book. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable, the first Vice Rector of Universitas PGRI Semarang, Dr. Sri Suciati M.Hu, Honorable, the Chairperson of Research and Society Service Unit of Universitas PGRI Semarang, Dr. Seno Warsto M.Pd, the Chairperson of the Third International Conference on Education and Social Sciences ICESRE, Dr. Iin Purnamasari M.Pd, and distinguished Indonesia Raya. Thank you. The next agenda is speech. The first speech and report will be delivered by the chairperson of the conference, Dr. Iin Purnamasari M.Pd. The time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Grace to Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, for the blessing and protection so that we can host this event. The honorable plenary speakers and presenters, the invited guests and rectors of the university, we are presenting you the Third International Conference on Education and Social Science Research, ICESRE. It arrives with the theme of social engineering through the dissemination of research in education and social science to support education policies in the context of Asia Pacific society. Abundance of research has been carried out in responding to the demand to disseminate knowledge in this 4.0 era, especially in the fields of education, science, technology, and social sciences. It is a synergy between physical and digital domains that are expected to influence many aspects of life. Education is one of the forefront agents in this digital era. It has to be adaptive and responsive to the change. This conference provides a forum for academicians to present their work and their research results and to exchange knowledge to foster cooperation and continuous development in education. Teachers and lecturers, students and academia in general are sharing innovative ideas to support policymakers in making education policies. Participants and presenters from 4 countries attend this forum to strengthen the role of Indonesia to face global changes. This conference is conducted virtually in 2 sessions, plenary and parallel sessions. The plenary speakers of this conference are Professor Cynthia White from Massey University, New Zealand, Panitia Amatayakul, PhD, from Raja Mangala University of Technology, Lanna, Thailand, Nguyen Hong Nhum, PhD, from University of Language and International Studies, Vietnam National University, and Siti Nuraini from Universitas PGRI Semarang. There are 50 domestic and international articles to present in 8 breakout rooms on Zoom. Lastly, we would like to extend our gratitude to the leaders of Universitas PGRI Semarang, the international co-host, Raja Mangala University of Technology Lanna, Thailand, and University of Language and International Studies, Vietnam National University, and to our domestic co-hosts, Universitas Sultan Agung, Universitas Muria Kudus, Universitas PGRI Madiun, Universitas Semarang, Universitas Bhinneka PGRI Tulungagung, dan SNSTIE PGRI Sukabumi. We also thank our presenters, participants, guests, and all committee members who have worked so hard to make this event possible. May Allah protect and guide us to make this event fruitful for all of us. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The next speech will be delivered by the Vice Rector of Universitas PGRI Semarang, Dr. Sri Suciati M. The time is yours.
Thank you, Mbak Novi. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Selamat pagi. Apa kabar Ibu dan Bapak semuanya? Grace to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for all the blessing and mercy that we are all here to commence the 3rd International Conference on Education and Social Science Research 2020 at Universitas PGRI Semarang, Indonesia. This year's conference presents you the theme Social Engineering through the Dissemination of Research in Education and Social Sciences to support education policies in the context of Asia-Pacific society. On behalf of the Rector, I'm here as the first Vice Rector to welcome all participants and presenters of the conference. The Rector sends his most sincere apology that he could not welcome you in person. He wishes you all to have a productive conference and academic exchange. To our distinguished guest, the Deputy Dean of the Faculty of Business Administration and Liberal Arts of Raja Manggala University of Technology, Lana, Thailand, thank you for attending this event. To the Dean of Faculty of Language and Education and Professional Development, I welcome you to our event. To the Vice Rector of Universitas PGRI Semarang, who are here to support this wonderful event, and the Dean and Directors of our faculties, thank you for your continued support and guidance to the committee and in the making of this conference. To the honorable plenary speakers of this conference, Professor Cynthia White from Massey University, New Zealand, Paniti Amatayakul, PhD from Raja Manggala University of Technology, Lana, Thailand, Nguyen Hong Nung, PhD for University of Languages and International Studies, Vietnam National University, and Siti Nuraini, PhD from Universitas PGRI Semarang. We are happy to have you here and welcome you to share your knowledge and research at this conference. We are honored to host this prestigious event and to provide a space for researchers from different countries to share their research and present their works. On behalf of this institution, we welcome and are grateful for our international co-hosts. We hope that we can maintain this cooperation in our future endeavors to broaden our knowledge, share information, and build solid cooperation for a better future. To our local co-hosts, we appreciate your availability and contribution to have this event running seamlessly. We are looking forward to continuous cooperation and collaboration that will strengthen our academic ventures. To all presenters and participants, let's maintain academic integrity and strive for the honest and ethical conduct of research. As a growing institution, we are striving to be a research university. To achieve that, we need to inform the citizen of the world that Indonesia has abandoned research context and we are sharing our research to the world. To achieve our goal, we welcome opportunities for cooperation, collaboration, and sharing academic and research results with other universities, such as in this conference. Lastly, I thank all of you for joining us. I hope that you have a fruitful event that encourages the presentation of new and fresh ideas, findings, and theories which will benefit education context and societies. Have a nice conference, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. After the speech, now we would like to take a photo session with all participants. Please open your camera. All right, thank you. Well, now, without further ado, I would like to proceed the session by handing over the time to the moderator for plenary sessions, Pisana Kunala. Okay, well now, without further ado, I would like to proceed the session by handing over the time to the moderator for the plenary sessions, Prisana Kunala.
Thank you, Julie. Good morning, our honorable plenary speakers and presenters, distinguished guests, chairperson of the third ICESRE, rector and vice rector of Universitas Persatuan Guru Republik Indonesia, Semarang, and our international co-host from Rajamangala University of Technology, Lanna, Thailand. University of Languages and International Studies, Vietnam National University, and our domestic co-host, Universitas Sultan Agung, Universitas Muria Kudus, Universitas Persatuan Guru Republik Indonesia, Majuan, Universitas Semarang, Universitas Bhinneka, Persatuan Guru Republik Indonesia, Tulung Agung, and Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Ekonomi Persatuan Guru Republik Indonesia, Sipambi. Welcome to the plenary session of the Third International Conference on Education and Social Science Research. I'm Prisana Kunala. It's my honor to be a moderator for the first two plenary sessions. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce our first plenary speaker. She is Professor of Applied Linguistics, Massey University, New Zealand. She has published widely on distance and online learning, autonomy and agency, and languages and settlement issues among migrants and refugees. In 2004, she received the International TESOL Virginia French Allen Award for scholarship and service to the TESOL profession. She is a member of the editorial boards of 7 international journals and associate editor for language learning and technology, and has been a plenary speaker at international conferences in Germany, Thailand, Singapore, China, UK, Hawaii, Malaysia, Australia, and Uzbekistan. Her publications include 2 books with Cambridge University Press, Multilingual Matters, 59 refereed articles, 26 book chapters, and several guest editorship for journal special issues. Since 2019, she has been Pro-Vice Chancellor in the College of Humanities and Social Sciences at Massey University. The title of her talk today is Technology-Mediated Language Teaching in the Digital Age, Contemporary Questions for Research and Practice. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Cynthia J. White.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction. Assalamualaikum, selamat pagi, sawadee ka, and greetings everyone from New Zealand. It's an honor and a pleasure to be part of this conference from Indonesia that is also part of the Asia Pacific region. And it's a particular pleasure because it has been such a strange year around the world. So the opportunity to connect is truly wonderful. Now, I'm just wondering, I'll just get my PowerPoint up. I wonder if it's possible to have my PowerPoint. At the moment, I can't share screen. Ah, there we go. Thank you. Perfect. Can everyone see my PowerPoint? I hope so. So this is the title of my talk, and I will link it to the conference theme, really showing how research can guide us as teachers and practitioners so that we work with students in the most appropriate way. This is the outline of my talk. I'm going to begin by talking a little bit about lessons from lockdown. So I'm not sure if you have had lockdown in Indonesia at all, but in New Zealand, we had 7 weeks of lockdown. So our university was closed for 7 weeks. And I'm going to show a little bit of what we learnt from that. And then I'm going to show you some research. So to set the scene, let's have a look at lessons from lockdown. So I'm going to start by talking about the New Zealand context, and then online learning, then our innovation during lockdown. This is I'm going to show some photos from our campus. So although this was our campus building that you see here, we could not go there. Everything was closed. So this is the context of New Zealand. New Zealand, you can see the map of New Zealand with the different universities. Massey University has 3 campuses. So we are a multi-campus university. And that means that we were used to connecting virtually across our campuses. So we had experience of that. Here you can see the map of Middle Earth, where New Zealand is in the middle. You might be able to see the map of New Zealand. There you can see Indonesia there as well. And the other picture here is of our Indigenous people, Maori people. And that's very important because Maori people wearing cloaks at their graduation, that's very important because in New Zealand we need to connect with the cultural backgrounds of all our students. So that's why I've got that photo there. So we don't just teach to the European part of our population, we also need to understand and respect our Maori people and also our people from the Pacific Islands. In some ways we were prepared, sorry. As I said, we have 3 campuses and all the courses that we teach are face-to-face, online, and some form of blended learning in the middle. So in some ways we were prepared, but we had some challenges. Lockdown came very quickly. We only had 1 week to prepare. And a lot of our courses have compulsory face-to-face components. There were some disciplines that was very difficult to teach. So for example, theatre studies, where people learn about drama, that was very difficult. Students were very stressed. Many students had to stay on campus. They couldn't get home. And it was very boring and stressful for them sitting in their rooms for 7 weeks. They could go outside, but only for exercise and not to meet people. Staff also were stressed. because they had to look after children at home and so on. And lockdown, we wondered what to do about examinations. So what we did, we made decisions within our own college. We made radical changes to our pedagogy. I'm going to give you some examples of that. We tried to focus on clear communication, and we decided we would not have examinations. So we changed all our assessments. We were also supported by the fact that we have a culture of innovation and excellence. And I think COVID has shown us that we need to continue to invest in the middle one, their student-centered pedagogy and the scholarship of teaching and learning. So we were used to undergoing change and making decisions in response to changing conditions. So here are some examples. One of the things the New Zealand government asked us to do was to support New Zealand schools, because New Zealand schools had to go online. And it's very difficult to teach 6-year-olds online if you've had no experience. So they asked our university to help with that. And I won't explain all of this, but one thing we did webinars every day for teachers. We gave a lot of program support through Zoom and Skype, Google, and so on. But also we gave pedagogical support and advice. So it was a very busy 7 weeks. So my university got funding to support teachers around New Zealand. So that was a very busy time. One of the other things we've done, though, which I think is a really excellent idea, we set up a learning support network, and it has 4 levels. So this is for teachers, school teachers, but teachers sometimes are not sure if they want to do an additional qualification or not. So this qualification is for teachers who give additional support in school. So for example, children who are deaf or blind, or who have autism or behavior problems. So it's all specialized support. And for this, we had 4 levels. The first is an open network. So it's a website where anyone can come in and learn. The second one, you can subscribe and engage. The school can pay some money. I think it's about $200 a year. And you can go further into the network. So you have access to webinars, further resources, and so on. The next level, you can pay some more money and you can do professional learning. So you can do the assignments for there. And then if you decide, you can credit those professional assignments to complete 1 course. So then you've done a quarter of your postgraduate diploma. So this 4-level learning support network was very helpful for us in being able to connect with teachers. We could put them into the open network, the first one there. Here's another example, just very briefly. This is for, I mentioned before, theatre, drama. How can you teach drama when people are at home? So we very quickly made some changes. We allowed people, instead of doing, acting, they could do a podcast, or they could write a radio play, or they could do a video and do their own online reflection, or they could do written options. So that was another way in which we made changes very quickly during lockdown. So just going back now. So now what I'm going to focus on now is how could we do this? And really we could do this because I think a key part of innovation is the teacher. So we need to know, how do teachers choose to act in the digital age? What do they choose to do? And then how do those tools, like we all carry these around, oh, you can't see, I'm holding up my cell phone. We're all connected to our phones all of the time. How has this tool transformed what teachers do? And also the third question, how do teachers interpret and use the experiences they encounter? So I'm going to show you some examples of how, by focusing on the teacher and how they act, how they use the tools, and how they use the experiences around them, how we can see how that transforms technology-mediated language teaching. So now, very briefly, I'm going to talk about the digital age. So this is in the title of my presentation. So what is the digital age? Well, the digital age is really about two things: technology and globalization. And this conference is the perfect example of this. That it's not just that technology enables globalization, and that globalization transforms how we use technology around the world. Technology means we have connectivity 24/7. So we had to find a time when we can all meet, which is very good. We have new communication modes, such as Zoom, and new platforms, such as WhatsApp, PowerPoint, and so on. So this conference is an example of video conferencing with many functionalities and PowerPoint. In globalization, English is a lingua franca. There's more demand for language for specific purposes. People are using English for all kinds of purposes. And also we're all learning across borders. And this is a perfect example. We have presenters from throughout Indonesia, from Thailand, from Vietnam, from New Zealand, and so on, and we are all learning together. So this has been made possible by the digital age. And here we are. These are the tools which we are all connected to by our fingers all day long. And these tools not only make it possible for us to work in new ways, but it's equally important that we shape the tools so that they fit what we need. And you're going to see some examples here of how teachers shape the tools. I won't go into this in detail, but the digital age has also expanded the margins of practice. So when I was a student a long time ago, you did all your learning in the classroom and you took home the textbook. And that was really the areas of learning. But now there are many other forms of learning. There are blended classrooms, flipped classrooms, out of class learning, which I'm going to be talking about later on. So many, many different ways of constructing learning opportunities. So an area of my research for a long time has been looking at how teachers are challenged to transform themselves as they face new experiences and new ways of being a language teacher. So if I go back here for flipped classrooms, I have colleagues in Australia who have to, their whole university has gone to flipped classrooms and they had to learn how to use that. I don't know if that's popular in Indonesia or not. But so teachers have to transform themselves and they have to find a new way of being a language teacher. It's not just about transforming themselves. They have to make many decisions and have to learn how to act in new ways. So let's see some examples from that. And now I'm going to look at teacher Anya. Teacher Anya, this is part of a study I did with Alex Ding at Leeds University. That's a photo, the cover of his book. But here I was looking at English for academic purposes practitioners, and I was looking at how they were using technology. And the countries I used were New Zealand, England, Scotland, Vietnam, and Thailand. And to understand how teachers worked with technology, I did 3 initial written narratives, then a semi-structured individual interview, then a teacher group discussion. And here I was interested in 2 things, not only how they used technology, but how they researched their use of technology. So this links nicely to your theme. So not just how they used technology, but how they researched their own use of technology. So here we look at Anya, and she says that the reason, what prompted her to begin to use a particular tool, a particular digital tool, was that she had a problem with student motivation. I had a really advanced class and they wanted to improve their English, but it was quite difficult to engage them. And in particular, it was their listening that was a problem. So I began to look at how BBC podcasts could improve listening skills for more advanced students and to motivate them more. That brought some positive results. So she took something, a source that was publicly available, and worked with podcasts in order to get her students feeling that they could practice their listening all day long and improve. So this is her trajectory using digital tools. I'm only going to look at 2 in detail, podcast and video group discussion. But she used podcasts. She also used online chat. She used telecollaboration. She set her students up with a university in Palestine. They were engineering students, so she connected them with a university in Palestine to do telecollaboration, and I'm going to give you an example of that. And she also used video group discussion. And these were the skills at the bottom that she was trying to develop. So podcasts were for listening, the online chat was to develop interaction, the telecollaboration with Palestine was for research and writing, and the video group discussion was how to interact. So let's have a look at what she did next. So in terms of videoing the group discussion, she noticed that students, when they interacted, they were not particularly improving how they asked questions of each other. So one of the learning outcomes for her course was they were assessed on how they collaborated, and she found they weren't really improving for their collaboration. So what she got them to do, she videoed them, and then she asked them to watch the video and to annotate the video exactly, to identify moments in the discussion that went well, very well, not so well. And then do the discussion again and saw if that had a positive effect. So they had to watch and reflect on their own learning. So you see that for Anya, by using podcasts, she put a lot of responsibility on these advanced students to practice their listening. And here she's getting them to use the technology tool to reflect on how they interacted. Sorry. And this was her reflection on this. She said, I'm interested in developing lifelong learning skills and transferable skills that students will find useful later on in life. So the podcasts, she chose podcasts because that was a lifelong learning skill. If they developed their listening skills through that, that was always going to be available. You can see through the video, she was a strong advocate for reflection, as well as being interested in how to teach students to interact effectively. She said an issue for her too was she didn't know to what extent students knew what they were looking for in the assessments. So she wanted, by getting them to annotate the video, she could see what are they noticing in the video, and that was very helpful. And so this was the point: to what extent do they know what these behaviours actually mean? So she was being very skilled at, if you notice, in getting the students to do quite a lot of work with technology themselves. Now I want to talk about a telecollaborative project. And this is between New Zealand and Germany. I mentioned that Anya had done a telecollaborative project between England and Palestine, but now I'm looking at telecollaboration. So this was a project between New Zealand and Germany. So we connected Massey University in New Zealand with a teacher, a university in Germany, Münster University. And we used two types of data: archival data. This is very helpful for doing research in technology-mediated language teaching, because you can easily collect the archive to then research if you get permission. So these sessions are being recorded and then they form an archive. You can also, though, elicit the data, and we did interviews from people and reflective tasks. And this study is published in the chapter below. So the telecollaboration was really a form of out-of-class learning. It basically took place, students connected with Germany, usually from home because of the time difference. It's a 12-hour time difference. But also they felt more comfortable connecting with each other, using other tools, such as more informal social media tools, such as YouTube as well. So this was a very particular type of out-of-class learning. And here I'm going to focus on this for teachers transitioning to telecollaborative language teaching. What was it like for the teachers? So here are the two universities. On the left is Münster University in Germany. On the right is Massey University in New Zealand. And this was a bilingual telecollaborative project. The New Zealand students were learning German, and the German students were trying to learning to do advanced writing in English. So I'm going to show you a little bit about teacher Uschi, and I got this data from an online discussion group, an interview, a reflective journal, and also student reflections. So this, at the end of the project, this is a figure showing what the process was like. So this all looks very neat and tidy, but it didn't start out like this. It was an innovation, and we started, so I'm going to show you, although we decided that the tools we would use in the centre were live voice chat, discussion and wikis, but I'll show you how it started out. The topic was globalization and localization, opportunities and challenges. And the question really there was, Tattoos. Here we have an English singer on the left, Robbie Williams. He has tattoos, and he said they were Maori tattoos. And that caused great offence in New Zealand because tattoos are cultural. They are not a fashion item. And for women, if you have the tattoo on the chin, you are expected to behave at a very moral level in the society. So they are quite a specific cultural, they have this very strong cultural meaning, and that's why at the start I showed you the photo of the Maori cloaks. So what do you do when someone misunderstands your culture? So this was part of the discussion. We used complementary learning platforms, the German platform and the New Zealand platform. But right at the beginning, this is what the teacher said. At the beginning, it was very daunting, very worrying, because I was still learning so much about other things, because I was new to the institution. It was all coming at once like a big tidal wave. So she felt, when she was beginning to do the telecollaborative project, because it was an innovation, she was very worried. But then they began to use the chat tools that the students would use. So and this is a key point here, there were two teachers, Christina in Germany and Ushi in New Zealand. So if you're doing an innovation, being able to work with someone else shares the worry, and also there's more than one person to problem solve. And this was very obvious in the data. Christina and I engaged in an intense dialogue on possibilities. Who were our learners? What could possibly bring them together? How could we pursue a relevant research goal at the same time? So I'm showing you this process because this process is, for any innovation, is something that teachers must go through. So that's the, at the end of that one, I want to say an important implication here is that digital learning environments both require and provide us with a different set of methodological and theoretical tools from which to understand contemporary language learning that takes place within students' everyday life worlds and identities. So if we go and look here again, if you look here, these were quite different questions for the teacher. So who were our learners? When you are using technology, it can be a little bit more challenging to find out who the learners are sometimes. You have to give time to that. What were the practical and pedagogical considerations? That's very important. What were our own personal and professional expectations? It's very important for students to make your expectations very clear, including for when Anya, who I mentioned earlier, did the podcast, she made her expectations very clear to the students. So the key questions here, I gave you some examples of how teachers choose to act in the digital age. And most of them came about because of a particular need of their students that they want to solve. So technology can really help the teacher if you know a way of doing that. So for example, if students do discussion and they say, you never listen to our discussion in groups, you never mark them, you never get feedback, you can get them to do that online, to record it, to reflect on it, and to send that in to you. And then that can be quite a substantial piece of work. And you get to see very closely the nature of student discussions. So new tools have transformed teaching practices. This means that teachers need to be thinking all the time about how the tools can actually help their students for lifelong learning, particularly, for example, online dictionaries, podcasts, and so on. And then for teachers also need to interpret and use the experiences they encounter. So they need to think about, throughout a process of innovation, they need to think about their experiences and what they do. So now I'm going to talk a little bit, because this conference is about research, I'm going to talk a little bit about best practice in CALL research. So CALL is computer assisted language learning. So I want to do this for the last 10 minutes, if that's okay. And then we have time for questions. I think my time is going okay. So for CALL research, the first thing is when a new technology came out, such as, for example, let's take podcasts again. The important thing is don't do the research on the tool. Podcasts, just the podcast is not interesting. What is interesting is how people use the podcast in particular situations. So how the podcast can enhance student learning. What issues how are podcasts useful for teachers? And teachers of particular students. So I gave you that example for Anya. I didn't talk a lot about the podcast, but I showed how it was very helpful for her with students with listening challenges, particularly advanced students, and she worked with that. So another thing to do, if you notice, this is all TC, TC, TC. The next thing is it's really important to check prior research thoroughly and to build on that. And a really good journal is Language Learning and Technology. It's free, it's open access. So if you're interested, and there are some very interesting articles there, it's an excellent source there. The third thing to think about is transferability. In other words, is it possible to transfer what you do to another context? So you know how in research people talk a lot about replication. Could somebody else replicate that study? So it's really good to think about transferability and what situations would it work in and what situations would it not work in. So for the telecollaboration, the topic looking at tattoos was very interesting for German students, because in Germany, a lot of people get tattoos. In other contexts, that wouldn't be appropriate. So you have to think about that. You have to think of what kind of images would be appropriate, and also what are the purposes of doing that. So transferability is very important. When you write up research with technology, context is everything. In other words, it's really important to describe in detail the context that you are working in and the context in which the students use the technology. So context tells you, because the relationship between tools and the context, the tools enhance the context, but the context and the people in the context shape the tools. So for example, how we are using Zoom here now and video conferencing might be a bit different than in another context. So this is very important to describe the context. What is the purpose and why? The next one is triangulate. So if you notice, I gathered data from several sources. I gathered the archival data, and I gathered different types of elicited data. Elicited data means that you ask the participants. You get data from participants. So I used reflective journals, individual interviews, group interviews, and so on. So getting several sources of data is really important. And finally, this is really important for the final stages of your research, is to think about criticality and complexity, to identify what else you need to know about that particular context. And I'll give you an example from the from Anya's study with her use of the videoing. I really wanted to know how often she repeated that process of videoing the students, recording them and getting them to annotate the video. How many times did you do that before, and how useful was it? So finally, my implications here. I haven't talked very much about theory in this presentation, but one of the challenges with technology-mediated language teaching is that a lot of the theories we have, for example, interaction theory, sociocultural theory, have all been developed in face-to-face classrooms, not online. So there are very few theories which are specifically for technology-mediated language teaching. So that's a real challenge. The practical implications, I think, are that two things really. I think that teachers, when they begin to embark on an innovation in technology-mediated language teaching, first of all, it's important to pay attention to the process and to document the process and all the decisions you make with the technology, because that is in many ways the really hard part, the most difficult part, and that will be of interest to other teachers. So what is the problem you're trying to solve with technology? What options did you consider? What did you do a small pilot study or not? So that's the first one. And secondly, I think for teachers, it's really good if teachers work together, because I think it makes the process much less lonely and much more encouraging. So in the telecollaboration project, teacher Ushi worked with Christina, and she found that very encouraging. In terms of inquiry, I think, if you remember before, I mentioned context is very important. And so from the Indonesian context and the Asia Pacific context, there is still very little inquiry that is published in our parts of the world. And students in Indonesia are not the same as students in America. Students in New Zealand are not the same as students in the UK. Teachers in these contexts are very different as well. So I think it's really important that we talk about using technology and carrying out research in ways that work with the worlds that we live in. So finally, I want to point out the implications for students. Students, we have an obligation, I think, as teachers to support students for lifelong learning beyond the classroom. And therefore, technology is a key part of that. For teachers, I would say that for teachers, working together is very important. For teacher educators, research can be very helpful, because research, if you research teachers, those stories can become quite inspiring to new teachers. So they begin to see the journey that several teachers have gone on. And for institutions in New Zealand, because we'd supported innovation in technology, it meant that we could respond more quickly during the lockdown. So innovation gives a kind of resilience, I think, to institutions. So finally, thank you for listening, everyone. I want to share some photos. This is where I live, Palmerston North. This is my university at the moment. The blossom has just finished. These are the volcanoes just north of where I live. And this is the South Island with the map with the peaks and the snow. So thank you very much for listening. Terima kasih. And I think I go to some questions now, do I?
Thank you very much for the insightful presentation, Professor Cynthia. And now we have 4 questions in line, and I'm just going to go with the first one from Nanis Hiranisia. My apology for the pronunciation, from Universitas Bhinneka. So her question is how to measure that a podcast is doing its job, and is there an indicator?
That's a really good example. So what I think is really important is to think about, and I didn't talk about that, you have to think, what are you trying to do? So for Anya, she was trying to do 2 things. She was trying to think about student motivation, and she was trying to improve their listening skills. So I think for one thing you can do is you can ask students to keep a record of their learning, and then you can see what they are doing. I think then you can also ask them to present to the class reviews of podcasts. They have to do a review of a podcast and say, you give them a guide, what they found interesting about it, what questions they have for that. So I think to make it part of the classroom is really important, to get students to share podcasts. But I think also you can ask students, you can give questionnaires asking them to give feedback about what they say improved during their podcasts. These were advanced students that Anya used. So what skills were developed, they felt they were developed. That was all self-report data. So that's the student's interpretation. But also I think you can do that by the pre-test, post-test to look at that as well. So I think you're looking at engagement, you're looking at how students are using them, you look at how students are sharing their experiences of podcasts, you're asking them to report on their own motivation as well. So I think again, triangulate. It's really important to use many tools to test this. But one other thing to remember is podcasts are probably using BBC podcasts, which are quite advanced. It obviously has to be really appropriate for the level of the students. These were engineering students, but their listening was not so good. I hope that's helpful.
Okay, sorry, technical problem. It's like my microphone was muted. Okay, so next question. The question is from Suporn Pan. She's actually alumni from Mass University.
Oh.
Now, yeah, and actually me too. I visited Mass University before. Yeah, I love, and I want to go back. Always want to go back. And okay, so let's go to her question. She said that she taught online last semester. It's quite challenging to teach EFL to low proficiency students, and they seem to need more interaction in online classes. Could you suggest any ideas to increase interaction in class? Thank you. So that's my question.
Thank you. So I think there are 2 issues there. Number one, she said they seem to need a lot of interaction. So, you know, if you're teaching a face-to-face class of 40 students, 40, you go in, you do the lesson, you ask some questions, and you leave. So you're not really interacting one-on-one with students as much, but when you're online, students can put a question in the chat to you. They can ask to meet with you separately or ask for individual feedback. So in many ways, it makes more demands on the teacher. And this has been an issue for a very long time. The teacher is less in control in many ways, because students expect they can get personal feedback. So I think the thing to do is to try to get them to do group work. If you're using Zoom, you can put them all into groups and then ask them to report back. I did a lot of that during lockdown. I asked each group to report back with 3 things. And I had 5 groups. So that was 15 things at the end, points for, that was one technique I used. So I think getting students into groups is really important. The other thing I think is structure is very important, and also to set the expectations of the students. So it may be that you can do some one-to-one with students or in small groups, but you need to say that will be how long that will be for. Yes, I agree, it is very challenging.
Thank you. And the next question from Nisam Saka from Universitas Persatuan Guru Republik Indonesia Majuan. So the question is, what is the most suitable model of university student learning in this era? Is student-centered learning good or other model? So that's my question.
That's a very good question. I think student-centered learning is always good in that we need to think of the needs of the students. We need to think what they're capable of. We need to think how they can grow and what their needs are now and what their future needs will be. It's part of our responsibility as a teacher. So I think that's very important. But I also think now we have a responsibility for to ensure that students are able to carry on learning by themselves outside the classroom, particularly for lifelong learning. So Ajahn Panitia, who's going to talk later, she did some work with teachers in Thailand asking, do you allow the mobile phone in the classroom? And the teachers gave very complex answers. They said, yes, because it's very useful for them later for pronunciation or vocabulary. So we should allow it at sometimes, but also she said, but we have to watch them because otherwise they will be using it all the time for other things, talking with their friends. So I think this is part, I think, although this seems like a very simple question, it's actually very complex for the contemporary teacher. So we have a responsibility to at least show students maybe the ways they can use some of this for vocabulary or pronunciation. But then that's not what we are here for all the time. We need to be doing other things as well. So I think student-centered learning is a really good foundation, but also trying to get students to become more independent for lifelong learning. So get students to use their phones, for example, to take photos of something that they've been working on and to send it in and make a comment on that. So I think you can get the students to bring the world outside the classroom into the classroom as part of their work. And so I think that is the other dimension. In other words, it's student-centered and it's connected to the real world needs.
Thank you. And the next question is from, I guess that the user is Senowaristo, right? Okay, so the question is about metacognitive cognition. Okay, her question is, one of the purpose in learning process is to develop students' metacognition. How should the teacher do to develop the students' metacognition in the digital age?
Yeah, that's a really important question. If you have metacognition, your cognition's your thinking by which you learn. If you have metacognition, you're able to watch your thinking and know, okay, now I'm confused. I need to go back and look again and try something else. That is metacognition. Students who have low metacognition, they don't know. They don't know. They don't have any idea why they are confused. They just can't do it. So teachers love students who have strong metacognition because they say, okay, I understand if all of that, I just have one thing I'm not sure of. So they know exactly what they know and they can identify the bit where they have the problem. So to encourage that, in school, this is quite an issue in New Zealand in primary school now. To do that, we ask students to reflect on their own learning. So at the end of a task, we can say, what bit did you find easy? Or what part of the task do you think you did well? Next one, what part of the task did you find difficult? Number 3, what part of the task do you think you need to improve on? Or do you think you will be able to improve on? They are different because you can do something really well, but maybe that's the bit you can still improve on. So it's like, what did you do well? What did you find difficult? What part do you think you can improve on? So if you ask students to think about that, then they are beginning to watch their own learning. And that is metacognition. So we start quite a young age in New Zealand in order to try to encourage that. So students are, it's like an athlete. When they're running, they know when they're getting tired, or they know when their jumping isn't as strong as it should be or could be. Yes? So that's kind of metacognition for that performance. So if you develop that within students, then you can do it with other questions too, like which part did you think was the most difficult of this reading? You know, if you give them a passage, identify the part you found the most difficult. You just ask them constantly to think about how they are doing with their work. That's a really good way. And then for technology, that's sort of what Anya was doing, where she got the video recording and then the students had to watch it and annotate it. By annotating it, it was that they had to say, oh, here I asked, maybe I could have asked a question here and I didn't. You know, it's very difficult in discussion to ask questions. These are very good questions here today, but very difficult to learn how to ask questions. So by videoing the group discussion and then getting the students to watch it again and annotating the video, then you get to learn what else you could have done. So it's that reflection on your learning.
All right. And the next question is about assessment and examination from Lyrie. She was wondering if she heard you correctly, that due to the 7 weeks of lockdown period in New Zealand, examination was not conducted. So the assessment was changed. Then would you please let us know how to run the assessment during the time?
Yeah, so thank you for that question. That's important. So, you know, when we went into lockdown, we did not know how long it was going to be for. It could have been for 3 months because we went into lockdown March the 25th. Actually, it was my husband's birthday that day. So that's how I remember. So March the 25th, we went into lockdown. So when we decided there would be no examinations, it was because we could not be sure that people would be able to gather again in the examination room. So we changed the assessment. We did, some of them were written assignments, but some of them also were controlled tests online. So people had 1 hour to complete the test, like that. But mostly we changed all the assessments to written assessments. And that was all we could do, yeah. And the students liked it. The students were very happy not to have exams.
That sounds like Thai students. Okay. All right, the next question is from Nguyen Nhung. Is there any case using Second Life classroom in language teaching that you know so far? If any, could you share with us?
Yeah, so that journal, Language Learning and Technology, has got some 2 or 3 articles in there on Second Life. So one idea is that in Second Life, you will feel more comfortable interacting because you have your avatar. So someone in Sweden asked PhD students to do a presentation on their research in Second Life and compared it to in face-to-face. So, you know, how confident were they? How good also were people asking questions like that? They didn't find very much difference there. So I think there are not, there's also been some studies of learning Chinese from Taiwan, learning Chinese in Second Life. And they say students find it more enjoyable. I think sometimes it might be just because of the variety. It's a new tool. I don't think it's going to suddenly make everybody smarter and able to learn more quickly. But, you know, language learning is a very long task. I think we all know this. So one of the advantages of technology or new tools or new platforms is variety. It's a new way of learning something as well. So there haven't been, so the studies, there are not a lot of studies actually on Second Life for learning English or learning Chinese. And the results suggest that the students enjoy it, but their performance is not noticeably better.
So so far that's all for the questions, but we still have time. If anyone would like to send more questions to Professor Cynthia, feel free to do it. We might wait a little bit. Right. It seems like at the moment there is no more question, but Professor Cynthia, would you like to say anything before before the end of the session?
Thank you. So I would just like to thank everyone for their participation, for listening. I hope I've shown that learning to use technology, you have to be innovative. There's no, because the tools are changing constantly. And I think the teacher can by a careful use of technology, be very connected in the digital era. I think that's a very good thing for digital tools. It's possible for language teaching to remain very relevant. And also, I think the other thing I'd say is, if you are beginning an innovation, I think it's really good to do it with another teacher, because I think then you actually have a lot of support there. So I'd really like to thank everyone for those questions too. They were really excellent, and for your participation here today. So thank you very much, everyone. Terima kasih. Thank you.
So
Bye
much.
bye. Yes. Bye bye.
Bye, Professor Cynthia. Thank you. Okay, and and now I'd like to move on to the next plenary session. And our next guest speaker is a lecturer in Business English, Faculty of Business Administration and Liberal Arts at Ratchamongkol University of Technology, Lanna, Chiang Mai, Thailand. She has considerable expertise in English for specific purposes, such as English for tourism and English for business communication. She holds a doctoral degree in applied linguistics from Massey University. And the title of her talk today is ESP in the Thai tertiary context. And before we start her session, let me inform you that like this is a digital age. So we have just been informed that the electricity in near our neighborhood will be cut off by around 11 a.m. So so our next guest speaker will try to shorten her presentation and including the question as well. So we might need to finish it by 11, but I think we still have time. Okay, so let me invite our next guest speaker. Like I said, she has a doctorate degree in applied linguistics from Massey University. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Panitia Amatayakun.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Panitia Amatayakun. I'm very glad to be here today. The topic of my presentation today is ESP in the Thai territory context. My presentation will cover this outline. So I have divided my presentation into three main parts. First of all, I would like to give you an overview of ESP. And then I will focus on the ESP in the Thai territory context, including the need analysis. And lastly, I will propose some ideas for future research on need analysis in ESP. Before we look into ESP in Thai territory context, I would like to give you some overview of ESP. With reference to Hutchison and Waters, ESP, or English for Specific Purposes, is an approach to language teaching in which decisions as to content and method are based on learners' reason for learning. It is traditionally classified into two main areas according to situation. The first one is English for academic purposes, or we can hear it as EAP. And the second one is English for occupational purposes, or EOP. These two areas of ESP, of EAP, are mainly focused on providing the student with their academic abilities or academic proficiencies. But for the English for occupational purposes or EOP are mainly focused on enhancing interpersonal skills in workplaces. For the second group, or the second way to, sorry, I have some problem with, yeah. For the second group of the ESP, we can also categorize it, depends on their professional areas. The first one is English for Science. So English for Science and Technology, or EST, is quite the first one in the field of ESP that becomes famous. And later, another one kind of profession that become more important is English for Business and Economics, or EBE, or like myself, like my faculty. So we provided English for Business and Economics, or Business English. And the last group is English for Social Science, or ESS. So for these three categories, it can be also subdivided into the small group. For example, EST can be subdivided into English for Hard Science or English for Engineering. Next, we will move on to look at the need analysis in ESP, the concept of need analysis, and awareness of the needs, as the awareness of needs is considered to be a key point that distinguishes ESP from general English. As a result, need analysis became important part of ESP course development and is typically considered as an initial stage of ESP process. As you can see from this slide, ESP process is cyclical process. That is to say, once overall needs of a course are established, the decision on course design, teaching methods and materials, learning objectives, assessment procedures, and evaluation process can be made. And these phrases are not separate. They are intertwined, and sometimes it's overlap. So I would like to point out that needs analysis can be conducted at different stages of the course according to the situations. For a revision of an existing course, needs analysis may be carried out and justified. The results of a need analysis can be used as a guidelines for course revision and modification, and that will lead to a more successful of the course revision. Next, we will move on to look at ESP in the Thai territory context. In Thai territory context, English has been designated as a requirement for all students. English courses offered across universities are typically divided into foundation course and general and specific courses. For foundation courses, emphasize on general English used in daily life, while the specific courses focus on English for specific purposes, which can be EAP and or EOP. Mostly students in a university in Thailand are required to complete 4 English courses. In these four courses, it usually 2 foundation course and 2 specific courses. Each program has its freedom to decide which courses they think appropriate for their student. However, the goal of each course is to enhance students' communicative competence and learner-centeredness as required by the policy. In this slide, you can see an example of compulsory English course for engineering student at Silpakorn University. Like you can see that this is in Thai, it means compulsory course. The compulsory course have many different courses, but one of it, one group of the compulsory course have to be language courses. So in language courses, other than Thai for communication, the student have to study English. And in here, in this university, they provide their engineering student with 2 foundation course on English for everyday use and English skills development. And they also provide the course, another 2 course, another 2 ESP course for their student as the compulsory from their department, the English for applied science. So this is the sample of how English and how English education and ESP be in the roles, the roles of the English education and ESP in Thai context. And here are also an example of English for academic purposes courses that provided for undergraduate students in each major. For this one from Ramkhamhaeng University, these courses are the compulsory course for each major that the university offer. So in here, for example, they have English in the field of science, English in the field of economics. And in this university, they also provide an elective course, a number of elective courses, which be English for occupational purposes courses. So these are some of the elective course that Ramkhamhaeng University provide for their undergraduate student. So the student from any major can choose what course they are interested in. But as you can see from the slide, it's quite interesting to see that most of the courses focuses on English use in business sector, in particular tourism field, like English for tourism promotion, English for guides. So this implies that ESP practitioners pay a lot of attention to tourism fields, which later become one of their main research focus. This point will be discussed later in the next part of my presentation. Here, this slide shows some examples of the different universities that provide ESP programs. In Thailand, not only ESP courses that the university provide, some university also provide ESP as an undergraduate program for the student. For example, my university, Ratchamangala University of Technology, Lana, provides an undergraduate business English program. It is one of the 53 Thai universities that teach business English. And some universities, such as ICESRE universities. ICESRE University provides a program which focuses on specific areas of English for business purposes, like English for service industry. And these various ESP programs implies that Thai territory context, in Thai territory context, ESP has now grown in importance because a number of the ESP program in Thailand right now have increased continuously. Now let's move on to look at research on needs analysis in ESP in Thai context. Since the 1990s, there were about 24 research on need analysis in 8 career fields. 3 areas which receive most attention of Thai researchers are tourism, like you can see from the course in Lamkhamhaeng University that I showed you before, that most of the ESP course they provided for their students are ESP for tourism field. And another one field that received most attention is business. And lastly, the one that received most attention is health and medicine. The growing interest on these three areas corresponds to the development of Thai economy, which focus on business sector, especially tourism and healthcare business. Thailand aimed to be the medical hub in Southeast Asia. So the ESP course in healthcare business are now receive more and more attention from researchers and also from the practitioners. Evidences of this can be seen, like I said, that from the curriculum of many universities, for example, Ramkhamhaeng University. So these courses are for the undergraduate student, the student who have no experience in work. And for the research, if we look into a different angle, so we can see that during these 2 decades, more than half of the needs analysis conducted in Thai context focus mainly on the development of ESP training courses for job experience learners rather than the undergraduate student. Even though you can see from the curriculum that there are many variety, there are a variety of ESP course provided, but there's not much research on need analysis or on any other field inside the ESP in Thailand. For example, the example of the job experience learner focus research is the study of Yang Yun Sin. He studied needs in English communication skills perceived by employees in logistics company in order to develop appropriate training course for them. Kiri Kunchiap and Kiri so also did quite similar research onto the needs of the local people in the touristic area in order to develop the course to train that people to serve the tourism industry. For another angle, we look into the research instruments that Thai researcher use. Most of them use questionnaire, and some of them use questionnaire together with interviews, both structured interview and unstructured interviews. And some of them also use the focus group. This, like Cynthia said earlier, that triangulation is quite important for the research. So some of the researchers in Thailand understand that. So they use different kinds of tools in order to triangulate their data. Another interesting point in this in the research of Thai researchers is there are a variety of needs analysis in ESP course, but there's no need analysis in ESP program. No one look into the ESP program as a whole. Most of them look into the ESP course just only at the ESP course and a training course for it for their target learners. And this leads me to the next part of my presentation, some of my ideas for future research in this field. As a final point, I would like to share some ideas for future research on need analysis in ESP. Firstly, I think conducting need analysis in a holistic point of view might improve the abilities of the programs to respond to labor market needs. This kind of study will maximize effectiveness of the program because students in this program are required to have not only English proficiency, but also professional skills. So it's quite interesting to do the needs analysis from different angle points of view, different perspectives from different stakeholders. Secondly, the changes in world society and new technology led to the emergence of new types of jobs and occupations. The scope of specific professions in ESP is then broader than in the past. I think it is interesting to conduct need analysis in these new areas. For example, need analysis in SEO or search engine optimization or e-waste management. Also, right now, after COVID crisis, so there are many new professions come up. So I do think it's quite interesting to do the needs analysis to develop some new courses in ESP field. There is also an emergence of hybrid jobs, which are those that combine technical expertise in one or more domains with expertise in design, project management, or client and customer interaction. As a result, needs analysis in sold area might not be able to answer the needs of new generation students and labor market trends. This one corresponds to the first one that I proposed. English, the ESP programs also quite similar to the hybrid jobs in terms of the integration of different skills. For example, for the business English student, so they need to have both professional skills and also the English proficiencies. And right now in Thailand, the Thailand have a lot of trade and also close connection to China. So right now, the student does not require only one language is not enough. So the student need to know English and Chinese. So that is quite interesting, like new research on this kind of programs is quite interesting. And also since the ability to use English in the real world situation is the main goal of every ESP course, needs analysis should include perspectives from not only the target learners like we did before, but also relevant stakeholders such as former students, prospective employers, and ESP teachers. This kind of research can also expand to the other field. For example, for the teacher development field, because the teacher who teach ESP course, so sometimes they are language teacher. They are not professional, not the content teacher or the specific content teacher. So sometimes they did not know what the professionals do in their workplace, and then so they need to upskill themselves by like learning by themselves, asking their friend or something like that. So I do think that if we do the needs analysis from the perspective of these relevant stakeholders, the results from this can expand to the next level of the development of the program. We develop the program as the learning objectives, materials, and we can also develop our teacher to catch up with the updates in the curriculum or the course that we develop as well. And next, like I said before, and also like Cynthia point out, the integrations of research instruments is very, very important, because in order to validate and develop trustworthy of data obtained, the integration of different kinds of research instruments is one of the things that help your research to be more reliable, especially when you use different perspectives of stakeholders. If you also use different kinds of instruments, that will be a very good way to validate and make your and develop the trustworthy of your research. And now we come to the end of my presentation. If you have any questions, I am happy to take it.
Okay, so thank you very much for your interesting and informative presentation. And of course, we already have one question for you from Professor Cynthia. The question is, in the Thai tertiary context, which forms of EAP are considered the most challenging by students and by teachers? For example, is engineering the most challenging, or ICT, or tourism?
So I do think, from my point of view, I think engineering is more challenge, because the science of engineer is quite difficult for the ESP teacher or ESP practitioners to deal with, to, like, for example, like to learn by themselves. It's quite difficult for ESP teacher to know the science on that field. But for tourism and business, it's much easier. I think it's much easier in terms of the way the practitioner can learn it by themselves and to improve their knowledge on that field. But for EAP, I think EAP is quite a little bit similar between the engineering student and the tourism student, but maybe for the engineering student, they for example, the writing. So the course in writing. So the engineering student might have to write the report that related to mechanics or something like that. But they are also have actually like a pattern that you can use for the report, but you need to put some more content, the knowledge of your profession into it. And for the tourism student, so the academic writing is not much focused on writing, because they don't use much of that kinds of skill. Mostly they use the listening and speaking skills, but they still need to learn how to write a report in case that if they have to work in the office, like tour operator office or something like that. Is that answer your question?
I hope so. Okay. The next question from Dini from Universitas Semarang. Okay, the question is, could you share with us about how to develop online English program, especially ESP, in business English and tourism? Did the students have a period to do field practice, and how long is it?
So for the tourism student, so they have to do the field trip quite often. Like, for example, they need to do it like every month in order to study both history of the place and also how to deal with the customer. But the first year student, normally they will do like a study trip. So the one who manage the trip will be their senior or their third year, fourth year. But for the third year, fourth year, they will be the one who in charge of the whole program, of the whole tour program. Like they need to set up the place that they want to take the tourists to, and they also have to find out what kind of transportation they will use, the accommodation for their stay, and also the meals and everything that included in the tour program. So they need to plan all of that, and also they need to do the marketing for their tour program. So they have to. Sorry, there's some technical problem. So they need to also do the marketing for their tour program. They have to sell it to the people, to the public. So not only to their friends or their relatives, but to the public. They have to publicize their tour program. And for the business English, the course for the business English. So we adhere, we use, we teach them how, we teach them in the language that they use in their business workplaces, like how to work in the office, like English for office assistants, something like that. That one of our course, and also some courses that the student might be, because business is quite broad. So we have many inside the program. We have many different courses, many ESP course, but in the field of business for them to choose. Like for example, we have English for service industry, that the student will learn how to use language in hospitality business, in the hotel, in tourism, in transportation, and also in the restaurant. And right now, so we also come up with the new subject like English for healthcare, because the healthcare business is very right now it's received more attention from the people.
Okay, all right. So we have more questions waiting live for you. And the next question is from Nguyen Yung about the ratio of language and content. So the question is, what is the ratio of language and content in your ESP courses that make them effective in your Thai university?
It depends on the university itself, and also depends on the nature of the university. So like, and also it depends on the teachers themselves. because different teachers, they have different perspective on this. Some of them think that it should be 60-40. So like language should be 60 and then the content should be 40. But some of them think that it should be 50-50, should be half-half. So the student need to know both. Like from my university, it seems to be 50-50 because business English in my university are under the degree of business administration. So the student, after they finish their courses, so they will graduate with the bachelor degree in business administration. So they need to know more than just the language. So they need to know more content of business as well. But in most university in Thailand, business English are under the degree of liberal arts. So in those university, sometimes they give the ratio to language and content to 60-40. But not many that said that 70-30. Still like 60-40.
Okay, thank you. And the next question is pretty much more about strategies, teaching strategies. The question is from Lily. Dealing with teaching ESP for university students, would you please share your experience related to strategies in increasing vocabulary when teaching a particular subject in ESP? And how do we measure that the students have acquired sufficient vocabulary to practice?
From my experience, it's quite difficult to judge that the student get all the vocabulary they needs in their field of study, in their field of their profession or not. But for my strategy, I still quite stick to the old strategy. Like I give them the vocabulary list. For example, if it is the English for tourism, I give them the list of tourism terms, tourism terminologies, and then I do the test, because if I just give them the list and let them read by themselves, the student did not do it for sure. So to make sure that they study it, because in the class we have quite limited time for teaching. If we teach all the vocabulary one by one, it doesn't work. So it will be inside, the vocabulary will be in what you call will be in the context that they study. But I also give them the list, like a separate list, that they saw only the tourism terms, and then I let them read in their own free time, and I do the test every week. So because for tourism terms, there are quite a lot. So I break it into, like, for example, I let them read about 30-40 words a week. And then I test it like 20 words from that, something like that. I test them, and the list of the terms, the tourism terms, is not translate into Thai. So I use the one with the meaning in English. So they will have both tourism terms, and they also have to learn the English meaning that describe that word as well.
Okay. So the next question, pretty much about your experience again, but this one is focused on obstacles. The question is, can you share your experiences on some obstacles faced by EAP lecturers in Thai context?
in Thai context, so the Thai students have learned English for, I think, for more than 10 years before they come to university. But some of them, their English proficiency is still like beginner. But for EAP, actually, according to the theory, so the EAP or ESP should be taught to the student that have like intermediate proficiency. But for Thai student, it's not like that, especially in my university. So the student is not the one that have very high English proficiency. So it's quite difficult sometimes because some phrases in academic is too difficult for them to understand, and that's very challenge for the EAP teacher here. If I conclude, the obstacles for this one is for the EAP teaching in Thailand is the student proficiency that I can say. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And I guess that the last question on it in the chat room for now. So from Diaz, how do you maintain ESP reading materials for mathematics education department?
Sorry, can you
All right.
read?
Yeah, sure, of course. How do you maintain ESP reading materials for mathematics education department?
For mathematics, so I'm sorry for that, because that's beyond my field. So I have never taught English for mathematics before. So I'm sorry that I can't give some idea on that.
All right. So we actually have some more message in the text, but I'm not sure. Maybe it's in Indonesian. I'm sorry if I didn't understand it, but I don't understand it. But well, we still have time. We're not sure when the power will be turned off from here in Thailand, but we still have time. If anyone have more questions, feel free to send your question to Dr. Paniti. All right, maybe from me. When you teach ESP, right? So do we have to aware the level of their English? If they have lower English proficiency, can they still be able to learn ESP, in your opinion?
Actually, even though they have lower level of English proficiency, we can do it by, we can simplify some of the text that they give us, or sometime in here, sometime I use bilingual. Like Thai and English. Sometimes in some contexts that too difficult for them to understand. But luckily, if for the English for tourism, there are plenty of authentic materials that we can use to help them have more understanding in what we say. But in some, I do think that if you want in this digital age, digital era like this, so I think it's more easier than in the former time to make the student who have low proficiency in English to understand ESP course, but the teacher might have to keep updating on the on what happening in the real world situation, so they can understand what happened in the world, and then they can find some real material to show the student. Because I do think that the new generation student, the student in this generation, they have quite good visual understanding. So when they saw something, they quite get into it easily. Is that answer?
Yeah,
Questions?
super. Yeah, thank you very much for your practical advice and suggestion. And it seems like we don't have any more questions. So I would like to thank Dr. Paniti Amatayakun for your interesting and fruitful information. And we will and well, and this brings us to the end of the first two plenary sessions. And now I'd like to hand it over to our next moderator, Diaz Andre Susanto.
Thank you, Presenter Konala. Thank you very much, Presenter Konala. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to continue for the plenary session 3 and session 4. But before going to that session, I would like to greet all the ladies and gentlemen. Welcome again to this ICESRE, the third international conference on education and social science research at University PGRI Semarang, Indonesia 2020. All right, let me introduce myself. My name is Diaz Andre Susanto, and I will be serving as your moderator today. First of all, I would like to thank to keynote speakers, invited speakers, participants, and distinguished guests, and all the audiences from all over the countries. Thank you for still joining this conference. Before we start the presentation, I would like to read the guest speakers' CV. Right. So her complete name is Nguyen Thi Hong Nhum. Okay. She is Doctor of Philosophy, Education from Massey University, New Zealand. And her working experience teachers of English for specific purposes, Hanoi. Second, head of English for economics and business divisions, faculty of English for specific purposes, University of Languages and International Studies, Hanoi. Third, Vice Director, Center for International Education, University of Languages and International Studies, Hanoi. And fourth, working as PhD candidate in education, Institute of Education, College of Humanities and Social Sciences, Massey University, New Zealand. And fifth, as the Vice Dean, Faculty of Language Training and Professional Development, University of Languages and International Studies, Hanoi. And now I would like to invite Mrs. Nguyen Nom, PhD, to present her paper entitled Impact of Domestic Factors on Perceptions of Internationalizations at Vietnamese Public University. Ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Nguyen Nom, PhD, time is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Diaz, for the introduction. To start my presentation about today about the internationalization in Vietnam and the case of a Vietnamese public university, I'd like to share my presentation with you. So that is pictures of my university, and that is my name of the name of my university. Can you see my slide?
Yes, we do.
Yeah. Okay, you are able to see the screen?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Oops. Oh. Oh. It's another bit. I'm sorry, I think that has a problem with the format. Okay. Sorry for.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm talking about the impact of domestic factors on the perception of internationalization at Vietnamese public university that I studied some years ago, and I think that the perception that focusing on domestic factor is still popular in Vietnamese public university currently. So my presentation will brief about how internationalization of Vietnamese higher education was initiated. And the second thing, the common trend in internationalization at university level in Vietnam, and the particular case study on internationalization at a Vietnamese public university. And I think I have number 4 and number 5 because of the I am using 2 screens, so I think you may see it later. So about the internationalization in Vietnam. So it started with the national reform in 1986 with different national reform strategies in general education. And the most recent one is toward international standard in 2005. With the higher education reform agenda. And with that, we aim at having international standard, highly competitive and higher education to serve the purpose of national development. And since then, we have seen, observed some common trend in internationalization at Vietnam university level. So the first thing is we have been focused on outbound mobility. So these activities have been supported by Vietnamese government with their strategy for education development. Vietnamese government and Vietnamese family parents have been sending students to other countries to study. And in 2019, a survey has been done, and it said that Vietnamese students account for 7.5% of the whole global 3.7 million tertiary students. And this number is still on increase over the years. And on campus, I mean in Vietnam, sorry. So we have been focusing on international cooperation. So these are some activities that have been done so far between Vietnamese university and international university. So we have twinning program, we sign the contract with the international university, or we have some foreign-owned university branch campus. So one of the most famous one is RMIT from Australia. And we have the government also have funded the project of Excellence University. So that is a kind of government agreement. So currently, I think we have 4 universities of that kind with German, France, Japan, and America. And another way that we are doing with international cooperation is we import a program from top university, like from the US, to implement at Vietnamese university. So here there's some information about the foreign-owned university, some twinning program. Sorry. Is there any problem with the share screen?
The screen is okay.
Oh, okay. So the Excellence University that the Vietnamese government was launched in 2006 as a government project, and we have 4 universities like that. And for the advanced program that we implemented at about 20 universities in Vietnam, and we teach English. We teach, this program uses English as a language of instruction. However, we've seen fragmented impact on the curriculum reform and graduate capacity because it's only for minority number of students. So with all the common trends like that, I conduct a study to look into a particular Vietnamese public university to see whether those common trends are also popular in a Vietnamese public university, whether outbound mobility or international cooperation is the focus in terms of internationalization strategies at a Vietnamese public university. However, what I have found so far is that is their perception on internationalization. So they say that internationalization to them means enhancing domestic student knowledge level, and they want to focus on improving professional competencies of their domestic staff, and they focus on balancing international integration with national identity. And in doing with this perception, what they have done so far is they focusing on domestic factors in their internationalization practice. They focus on their domestic education program for domestic students, and they focusing on domestic research competence of their academic staff. And they also want to improve their domestic academic staff qualification. So for each of these practices, that is what they have done so far in terms of education program. They such as they change in testing and assessment system, or they want to look for international perspective in some of their courses in revising their program, or they want to apply for AU and regional accreditation. And that is what they have done so far in terms of internationalizing research competence of their academic staff. For example, they apply international requirement in publishing domestic research, and they make research as a compulsory professional performance for the academic staff. However, it was admitted that they have limited achievement. And one special thing about improving higher qualification of academic staff, they focus on increasing number of academic staff with higher qualification. However, they do not have much attention to international experience of academic staff. And the higher qualification, they do not have any preference for international over domestic qualification. And they have many reasons for that, because most of that is their financial constraint. for funding for the domestic academic staff. So that is some of the number I did during my study about that. And how will the case different from the regional case that I have found so far when I make the comparison with the case in Japan and China? So what makes it different is they do not have much interest in international students. So when they talk about improving domestic program, they say their focus is domestic student. They do not have any strategies or interest in recruiting international students, which is different from China or Japan or Korea that they have been doing. They do not have much interest and direction for using international expertise. So this the findings show that there's some international foreigner teachers on campus, but they say those foreigner teachers only represent a kind of cultural value rather than participating in the education program. And they do not have much concern about international qualification and experience of the academic staff. They do not have any strategies to promote or to improve the international experience for their academic staff. So the reason, the factors that I have found so far to make the case of that Vietnamese university, there are three main reasons that I found. That is the national contextual factors, including one of that is national economic development, and another one is they want to preserve the national cultural identity because of the historical influence from Vietnam has experience of being influenced by China's France and the America. And in terms of higher education, we have historical influence from Soviet model. So that model still have a certain influence on the way higher education institutions are organized. For example, one of that is the monodiscipline university. And the second factor that I have found so far is we do not have guiding policy. So as you can see, the Vietnamese government support the outbound mobility. However, the findings show that they do not have much any policy focusing on institutional practice and focusing on on-campus development rather than promoting their outbound mobility. And the third thing is the limited finance. The Vietnamese public university are financed by the government to operate, and we do not. And the tuition fee for Vietnamese student is still very low. So that means the public university, they do not have their self fund for developing their own internationalization strategies. So I think that is what I present so far, and I think that that is briefly overview about internationalization at a Vietnamese university, and I hope that it can be something interesting for you. And I think that trend of internationalization, focusing on domestic factors, can be the initial stage of internationalization for any university, especially in the Southeast Asia, in our area, that can trend can happen to any of university like us, because when we do not have enough resources, when our own resources are not strong enough to to open, I mean, to be more outward, like Japan or China or Korean, that they are doing with their university. So that is the end of my presentation, and thank you for the listening.
That was the presentation by Mrs. Muyenom, PhD, and now we are going to the next session, which is discussion. So this session is divided into 2 sessions. There are 3 questions or comments of each section. Okay, to the questioners, please raise your hand and mention your name, and or you may chat or text on the Zoom group chat. Okay. So I'm searching if there is a questions. All right. Question from Lely from UPGRIS. Dealing with the institutional practice, has internalization at home program applied to the academic staff and the students at your university? Excuse me, Nguyen?
Yes.
Question from Lely from PGRI University. Dealing with the institutional practice, has internalization at home program applied to the academic staff and the student at your university?
Yes, actually, we currently our university, we do not have any. We talk about internationalization, but actually, a very clear and specific strategies for internationalization is not yet stated yet. So, because actually my study was conducted at my university, and as I say, the focus of our university so far in terms of internationalization is on academic staff and student. And for the academic staff, we have, because our university used to be college of teacher training. So we do not have, that means the requirement in terms of qualification is not like, we do not have many doctors, we do not have professor. So that's why our internationalization for academic staff has been focused on improving the higher qualification. And regarding to the student, we all understand that our education program is behind what the world is doing outside. So that's why we're focusing on improving the education program to provide our students with the knowledge that can be relevant and that can be applicable, and that can they can have similar to what the international student have been having in their similar program.
All right. So regarding with the latest question, do you think that in your country, I mean, is there any underqualification for internalization at schools, especially for teachers? Is there any internalization for teachers' qualifications at schools?
At school?
At schools, yes.
That's the question. That's the question. Mean at the school level or university level? Sorry, I do not get the question about the school.
All right. So at schools, senior high schools or junior high schools in your country, is there any
high school
teachers as the internalizations?
Currently in Vietnam for high school, we do not have any specific internationalization at all. Currently what we have been done so far is we are revising with the new national education program. And the international factors or perspective is still very, it seems that changed to high school teachers. We do not have any kind of internationalization at high school.
All right. Then the next question from LPPM. No. Yeah. From Senawarsito, LPPM UPGRIS. For Cynthia, Panitia, and Nguyen, I think it is possible for among us to follow up these events with joint research. Do you have ideas on it?
Oh, my idea, because I also see the question from Cynthia as well about how COVID affect internationalization in short term and long term. So recently, I am attending and I am joining Japan's conference on internationalization in the new normal after COVID-19. So I think it is interesting to look at how internationalization perception has changed with the influence of COVID-19. And it is interesting topic to continue with the joint research.
Okay. Questioners, is there any more questions? You might raise your hand and you would like to unmute your microphones. Question more from Laili, PGRI University. Knowing the obstacles mentioned in the presentations, would you like sharing how to motivate or encourage the university staff to move forward with the vision of your university?
Yes, I think that currently our academic staff, they are really in a good mood to move forward with the vision of our university, because the leadership is very important. So they are for example, they are encouraged to apply for scholarship to study overseas, or they are, and if they follow any education program, we have the financial incentive to if they finish their PhD or their master degree on time, my university will have a kind of grant for them when they come back. And I think our university are thinking of different strategies to encourage and motivate staff to move forward with our vision of internationalization. As, for example, even with the research, now many academic staff are involved more in the research, because we have the funding and we have the bigger financial incentive and performance review every year for anyone who have who involved in doing research, and especially international research. Yeah, I think that is the way our university is doing to encourage the university staff.
All right. So do you, yeah. I'm eager want to know the perception of the lecturers in your public university about the internalization program that that is running by the government.
For the internationalization program that is running by the government is the outbound mobility. So the Vietnamese government is has a big fund to give the scholarship for academic staff to study abroad, and then they come back to teach at the university. And I think they benefit a lot from that project. And I think that what the government have done so far is quite effective in terms of improving the academic knowledge and the professional knowledge and competence of academic staff at the university level. However, it is only for university level, as I say. So that's why high school teachers, when we come to work with high school, we still have problem of the constraint in terms of the way of thinking and the way we organize the work, because it's very different kind of system, because the focus has been too much on university.
All right, so that's all the discussion from Cynthia. There is no more question. No. Again, there's no more question for Nguyen anymore. So finally, we come to the last session of this conference. Thank you to the guest speaker for the material and discussions, and also thanks to you all audiences for your participations. Hopefully, the information that we have shared today would be useful for us. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Nguyen.
Thank you. Thank you very much for listening.
And now, we are going to invite for the fourth plenary speakers. Before going to have her materials, I would like to introduce her. Her name is Siti Nuraini. She is the head of department as well as a lecturer at Master of English Education, Postgraduate Program University IPGRIS Semarang. Her research interest covers the area of identity, motivation, agency of teachers, and pre-service teachers. Besides completing her doctoral degree in applied linguistics, she also became a certified casual tutor in New Zealand early 2019. She became a review board member of Scopus Q2 International Journal. She is also an editor for Sinta 2 Indonesian journals. Her published works include the topic of identity and agency of English teachers and pre-service teachers agency in teaching English as lingua franca. Her other works include the publications of an English-Japanese dictionary in New York in 2015. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ibu Siti Nuraini, PhD. Time is yours.
Thank you so much, Pak Dias. Hi, everyone. Good morning, near to afternoon. This is the talk that I've been looking forward to do. And for today, my talk is going to be about teachers' motivation. So here's the title, and I'm going to give you the outline of my talk. So we're going to start with distance learning in Indonesia, and then and so on and so on. And also I'm going to explain about why contested environment is appearing and also disrupting some of the learning process in Indonesian education context, and how the teachers cope. So this presentation is based on a small study I did a while ago, involving teachers in many contexts, many education contexts, and as well as different backgrounds and skills and experiences. So here's why distance learning in Indonesia. It's actually, this is not a strange concept in Indonesia, that distance learning has been done for quite some time, especially in higher education context. We have Indonesia Open University, where the education was done by letter. So this is usually students have one meeting or two meetings with instructor, and for the learning materials, they got it by letters or by radio, and also through the television and mass media. So I'm going to share you my screen here. Hopefully you can follow what I'm talking about. Right. So this is my, I'm right up to this point. So education, distance education is not new thing. However, when people choose to do this kind of education, they choose it intentionally. So they knew all the risks and consequences and the benefit and the disadvantages of doing distance learning, including like the benefit, probably they don't have to go anywhere and then they can do the learning at their own pace. They manage their time independently, they can learn, or maybe if they got exhausted by doing the distance learning, they can pause for a bit. So the control of doing distance learning is fully in the agency of the doer or the participants or the students. However, in Indonesian context, this kind of thing was not a voluntary option. So this is not something that we freely choose because of the emergence of the congested environment caused by COVID-19. Indonesian people and many others, like many different, or almost all over the globe was affected by this COVID-19 virus. So that we had the first case in Indonesia in March 2020, where 2 people passed away, and then the numbers of victims, like it keeps increasing until now, and it's still very difficult to control, which result in what I said, the schools are halted, students are sent home, and then the offices closed, factories, business, everything is affected. So that people were kept inside their home, and then even if they have to go out, they have to practice the social distancing thing. So this is a kind of like all new context for everyone involved, from education, from business, research, sports, all kinds of contexts were affected by this. And especially in education, students, they have to study from work, and teachers have to work from home. They cannot meet at school because it can be dangerous, and it increased the risk of contagion between teachers and students. So they were like forced to do the online or to do the distance learning. So this is the difference between the online learning that was done through the Open University because they were voluntarily, but this one is like, there's no other options. You have to do this, whether you like it or not, whether you are ready or not, whether you have the tools or not, you have to do this because just for the safety of your life. So education has to move the learning platform from offline to online. So this is a kind of like become a very challenging thing for many parties, like for teachers, for students, for parents. Everything is affected, and the teachers have to change in the way they do the teaching. If manually, previously they can do just walk into the class and then they can teach the student without having to prepare anything, and they can teach their student, and it's not something difficult that they do because they've been doing it for many years, so they are experienced in handling the classroom situation, so it's not a big deal. But with the new concept, with the new situation, they have to change that. They have to change the platform. They have to change the way they teach. And teaching in this kind of environment can be daunting for some teachers, and it can be like exhausting and tired, and teachers become like not motivated. They don't want to do it anymore. However, they still have to do it. So my studies is about to finding out what kind of motivation that force the teachers, that keep the teachers going to do their work so that they can perform better and they can do their job. So, and based on this reasoning, I'm going to look into the Indonesian teachers' point of view, and it's exclusively Indonesian teachers. What I meant by motivation here, it is related to what kind of human behavior is modified by what kind of action that they want to do. Like when you make choices, there must be reasoning behind why you do something, right? So the reason how human make choices is your motivation, and also like how much effort you do. you want to get up in the morning, you want to go to work. What's your motivation? It's probably your family. Probably you have to provide food, provide dinner at the table. So motivation is something that is responsible for why people are doing things and how long they want to do it and what kind of efforts that they're willing to do it. So this is the reasoning that I want to find out, what kind of motivation that the teachers have so that they're willing to do what it takes to keep teaching. So this is the two things that I want to find out, the challenges and motivation that the teachers facing during this COVID-19. So I did this study in July. So they've been doing that for about 3 months. So March, April, May, June, July. So they've been doing online learning for 3 months. So a bit of time to get to know something new, but not really familiar with it to get used to it. So I created an online form through Google Form, and then I distributed to WhatsApp and Facebook messengers, which responded by about 96 people. So I spread it for many people, but because I give the options to the teachers to respond or not to respond, it's up to them whether or not they wanted to participate. So there were about 25 questions that I asked to the participants to get the participants' background, for example, how old they were, and then what kind of education level they did their job, and also the tools they use, and what kind of motivation. I give them a space so that they can express their thought about sharing their opinion and feelings and experiences. So this is the breakdown of the participants that responded to my questionnaire. Male, female is has a higher percentage, and also mostly from Semarang. And the age range is dominated by those who were 36 up to 45 years old. So that means they've been working as teachers for about 15 years. They are quite experienced, but still fresh enough to be in that profession. So I'm working on these participants, and like a majority of the teachers that responded to my questionnaire, they were high school teachers, and then also secondary teachers and primary school teachers. And other contacts here, there were some teachers who work in like private tuition and also university teachers. So, but majority is the high school teachers. So we get the context here that all kinds of teachers are responding to the questionnaire that I share. So all level of educations are here. And I used the thematic analysis to find out what they were thinking about, so that I grouped them into themes for the narratives that they shared on the Google form. Then I grouped them to find similar information, and I wait until the data saturation. That means when everyone is saying the same thing, that means the data has been saturated, and I cannot develop more from there. So because the data has been saturated, that means that's it. That's all I got. So this is the finding that I found. Surprisingly or not surprisingly, WhatsApp is the most popular because it's easy and cheap. It doesn't require a lot of data, and also it's easy to operate, and you can just use your phone to use the software. You don't have to use like advanced or sophisticated gadget to use WhatsApp. And then Google Classroom is also one of the most popular because they have to share the material into the class, and they can have like a kind of interaction with the students. Then YouTube video is the next best thing that they can use because right now before this pandemic, teachers, they can just walk into the classroom, but now they have to record themselves and then record themselves teaching, delivering the materials, whatever subjects that they are teaching, and also they have to make sure that the video is not too long, but the video doesn't have too much opening, like all the flowery words. It has to be like compact and to the point. And then they upload it to YouTube where the students can watch it. So this is also one of the most frequently used tools is Google Form, where teachers usually post quizzes or assignments, questionnaires to the students there, where they can get direct feedback from them. And to answer the first questions, the challenges. So these are like 5 major challenges that the teachers are facing. So the first one is, of course, internet connection. We don't have really good internet here. This is due to the disparity of internet distribution. So the rural area and the urban area, they have different strengths in terms of internet connection. So for those who live in urban areas like cities like Semarang or Jakarta, probably Bandung, they don't have problems with internet connection. However, teachers who live in rural areas where internet connection could be sparse, this online learning can be very challenging because it is hard to get connected. It is hard to get to go online, both for the teachers and for students. Also, the next one is the technology. So because everything happens so quickly, everything happens in such a short time, they have to adapt themselves to know everything in such a short time. It causes like really big challenge for the teachers, particularly the ones who are not familiar with technology. So they're forced. They have to learn at a short time. They have to adapt quickly, and this causes like a kind of like disruption in the way that they do their work. And also because they have like lack of internet literacy. They may know how to use Google Form. They know how to use email, but not everyone knows how to search reference material, for example, or maybe to download software from the internet. And these 2 things, technology and then lack of internet literacy, are becoming 2 of the major challenges that are still very daunting for the teacher, because not everyone is good at editing videos, for example, or not everyone is excellent at creating animation videos. Everyone is a novice here. Every teacher in all contexts are novice in online learning. So they're doing it like they grapple, they try to find out which one is the best for them. And the adaptation is difficult. They are still adapting right now, especially from transforming the teaching materials. Usually they just walk in and then teach, but they can't do that anymore. So they have to present their teaching material and change that into online format. Like, for example, I want to teach grammar, and then I can't just walk in and teach, but I have to write whatever I want to teach to my student and put it in PowerPoint. Or maybe I have to create a video, I have to create a kind of animation or everything. Those teachers experience this kind of difficulties in transforming offline teaching materials into online teaching materials. So these are the challenges that are very difficult for the teachers. And big majority of it comes from those who are older. The older teachers have this biggest challenge because they're not used to it. And these issues with internet connection also comes from what kind of connections that the teachers use. Like they might use fiber optic, they might use mobile data or unlimited internet, but not everyone have that. There are still teachers who have no connection at the office. So this become like challenging because sometimes when they don't have internet at home, they can go to their school and then use the internet at school to prepare teaching materials, to mark their students' work and everything. But when at the office they don't have internet connection, they have to provide internet by themselves. So that means they have to spend some money to provide internet for the students to learn. And I found 2 kinds of motivation here that comes with the thematic analysis. So the first was intrinsic. That means the motivation that comes from themselves, from within the self of the teacher. The way they see themselves, the way they do their job is because they see themselves as teacher, and they believe that teacher is a calling. So this is a really noble motivation that I believe many Indonesian teachers have. So it's a calling, and they love their students and they love their job. So most of the time, they do that out of the kindness of their heart, out of the dedication that they have for their students, so that they can conduct their teaching regardless the challenges that they have, because they have this kind of passion, so they keep doing it. like they were resilient in their day job, so they don't give up easily when they encounter problems. So within one context, usually the teachers discuss with those who have more experience in dealing with internet and also technology. Those who know more were willing to share their knowledge to those who don't. So this is kind of like they work in teams. For example, I'm going to give you an example of how these teachers work together. So you have to prepare like a lesson plan, and then you have to prepare teaching materials and then assessment. So these three tasks, usually they have one teacher have to do these three tasks. But as the time goes on with this pandemic, they divide these three jobs into three people. So one teacher is responsible for creating the lesson plan, and then they have to prepare, another one prepare the teaching material, and then the other one prepare the videos and teaching media. So they share the burden of teaching with their colleagues, especially when they are teaching the same subjects. So they don't carry the burden by themselves all by themselves, because they have colleagues where they can share it. And this motivation also like really noble. Uh, this is the thing that force them, that encourage them to be more creative in distance learning, because it can be a bit boring looking at the screen. Sometimes I believe if you are a teacher, you have the same feeling like me, like you feel like your students don't pay attention to you, and sometimes they just shut their screen and they don't show their face, and it feels like you're talking to a wall. And that can be a little bit discouraging for teachers. So they have to be more creative in teaching, creating teaching materials, so that they can attract students' attention, that they can pay attention to whatever materials that they're giving. And so these teachers, they were willing to learn new things, both for online tools and new software. Those who were never familiar with, for example, a Poodle. What is Poodle? So they tried to look for information about new tools for learning and for teaching, and they were willing to go their ways. Like if they don't have the internet at home, they buy data, they buy modem, they provide Wi-Fi, and sometimes they have to buy new laptops or new mobile phone, because the old one is not sufficient for their teaching assignment. So they use their own money. It's not kind of like the institution where they work provide the money. It's not like that. So sometimes they have to pay extra just to provide a teaching material for the students. So this is the intrinsic motivation that is like very novel, I think, based on the data that I got. At the same time, there is also extrinsic motivation that is outside the teacher's willingness, or like outside the teacher's power. This is beyond the teacher's agency, because it affects them in a way that is institutionally influencing. For example, the government regulation. The rule to work from home is obligatory for all teachers. So they cannot just go to school and teach and then ask the student to come to school and then they will teach it. No, it doesn't work that way. So everyone has to work from home and they have to follow it. So this is kind of like a rule that is enforced by the government and we have to follow it. But at the same time, they are having the obligation to make sure that students are learning. So this is the motivation as well, that, okay, I have to do my work, make sure that my students are learning. And then also they have the demands from the curriculum and syllabus, that they still have to meet certain, learning materials that they have to deliver to the students, and they have to fulfill the teaching schedule. And they also have the teacher assessment that they have to keep up. They have to meet the teaching hours. They have to meet the certification related obligations, including building the portfolio, creating teaching materials, and how many hours they spend within a month or within one semester. So these are the extrinsic motivation that the teachers have. And this is not something that they can avoid. So yeah, it helped. So what I can say from my short study here is that this pandemic is a cultural reset for everyone involved in all parties. Why do I say a cultural reset? Because it put everything into perspective differently. Like maybe before this pandemic, we don't know what is online teaching. How is it possible? But now, with the new things coming over all over the globe, we become it's become a daily thing. It becomes something that we do every day, very familiar. We will know something, learn a lot about like learning management system. We knew something about Google Meet. Then big companies also try to create like innovations to provide this platform for teachers and both teachers and students to do this distance and online learning. And so this cultural reset in academic also like put things into perspective in a good way. I always say that this is a good way, because then we can appreciate that teachers are irreplaceable. Like we can put the gadgets, no matter how advanced, no matter how sophisticated the tools are, and however good the teaching materials is, but the presence of teacher in a classroom is inevitable and it cannot be replaced. So as for Indonesian teachers' case, their biggest motivation is their students, and they have like really big sense of responsibility. That is the propelling force for them to embrace the new way of teaching. If previously teachers are like probably reluctant to learn how to use laptop, for example, but now with this online teaching thing, they have to embrace that, and they have to be resilient and be tough, but at the same time they have to be patient, because teaching online drain your energy. It makes you impatient, it makes you irritated when the students are not responding the way you want them to be. And still you have to be kind and innovative, because they have to be attracted, they have to pay attention to your teaching materials, and you have to be creative. Yeah, so all in all, what I deliver here is that the teaching motivation for a teacher is that is something that maybe we take it for granted, that what the teachers do is something that is not easy, because parents have to also like take over some of the teachers' job. They have their kids are staying at home most of the time, and they have to educate themselves, their kids as well. So parents become more appreciative that they deal with only maybe 1 or 2 kids, but the teachers, they deal with 30 students. So this put things into perspective for the parents and for the teachers as well, and also for the students. Yeah, so that's all from me. Thank you for listening to my talk. If you have questions, just feel free. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Nunung, as called name, who is in PSC. So if we talk about teaching process on distance learning and online learning, we have already done, and now doing because of the COVID-19 pandemic outbreaks. So there will be many comments and questions from the audiences. Would you please, if there is questions from audience, you might raise your hand and you may text on the Zoom group chats. Okay, from Lely Gununung here. Question 1: even though teaching during the pandemic is tough to face, do the teachers share about complaints they still got from the parents, students, or their schools? So interesting question it is.
Yeah. Okay. So this is one of the but just
Yeah. Okay.
okay. So yeah, they do share it. Like they do share the concern from the parents. Yeah. So from the form, teachers express their like disappointment because parents have like highly demand them to teach their kids. They don't want to deal with their kids. Like they were bad behaving kids. So your kids at home and your kids at school are totally 2 different creatures. So they have to deal with so I'm sorry to say, but parents are having difficulties dealing with their kids staying at home most of the time because they don't have the skills to teach. All right, so they don't have the capabilities of teaching just like what teachers do. teachers can manage 30, 40 kids in the same room and they're still doing it time because they are trained to do. But parents, they don't have that kind of skills. And especially if the kids were their own, it can be harder to manage because they don't follow the instructions. So they still got complaints, but they usually just turn the deaf ears on it. They just ignore it because they already multiplied their time. So teachers, during this online learning thing, their working hours is multiplied. They don't only work at the school, but the extent of time that they spend on WhatsApp, for example, I'm sharing you this based on the information I got, that they could spend until 10 p.m. responding to messages from teachers, from parents or from students, asking questions about the assignments that they gave, and also to respond to explain things that they don't get previously. You know, for those parents who work, they can respond to the kids' assignment at home after the working hours. That was after the working hours as well for the teacher, but they're still willing to respond to that. So they're still willing to give feedback to the parents, although officially their working hours is over. But the extent of time that they spend to prepare the teaching materials has doubled. The time of that they have to, so they have to prepare first, and then they have to discuss with their colleagues, and then they do the actual teaching. Then they do the assignment, check the assignment, marking, and also evaluating the students. So the job has been multiplied several times. And if the teachers still got complaints from the parents, because the parents, they don't know how to deal with the kids at home and to deal with the learning because they're not professionally trained. So I hope that answers the questions. Yeah, okay. I'm going to answer the Cynthia's question. Yes, okay. Yes, they do. So most of the teachers here, they use technology to support each other in terms of challenges. So for example, they create a group of teachers who teach the same subjects. For English teachers, for example, I'm able to share this because this is the context that I'm familiar with. So for English teachers, for example, they use a group chat, group WhatsApp group, or sometimes they create a virtual meeting where they discuss with each other about what kind of teaching materials that they're going to use within one semester. So yeah, the technology they use is just like the Zoom meetings, and then also WhatsApp, but they also have learning management system. So in their school, for schools that is more like more advanced school, or usually the ones in the cities, in big cities, they have they bought learning management system where they can provide, where they can put the learning materials, they can mark attendance, they can give assignment and everything all in one platform. And the teachers are working together to fill out the assignments and also the teaching materials and assignments and assessment and everything into one platform in one school. But unfortunately, not every school has this kind of platform. So not all schools have the ability to purchase like Google Classroom, the business one or the school one, or also like other platforms that can be costly here. So if they don't have it, the school doesn't have that kind of facilities. So they use what they can by discussing it offline at school. So they meet at school and then they discuss together whatever teaching materials that they want to create during one semester. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So the maintain their motivation.
Okay, for the next questions.
Okay. Yeah, it's hard to maintain the motivation when everything is challenging. But as I said before in the previous slide, that there are two kinds of motivation that keep them doing their job. The first is that the sense of responsibility that this is their job. So they just do it. And also this one thing that is very significant and obvious in Indonesian teachers is that they believe that job is a part of religious observance. So for Muslims, we pray and then we fast, so we do zakat and everything. But working is also a part of religious observance. So we do that because we believe that we serve the students, we teach the students is a part of our religious obligation. So that was one of the motivation. Besides the other ones like from the government, the obligation that they still have to teach, and also the motivation for them to stay motivated because they have the sense of obligation to teach their students.
All right, so one more question. Did the teachers also mention the students' learning outcomes since they joined the class online? Is it comparable to the offline or classroom teaching?
Yeah. So the feedback from learning outcomes from the students, when I did this study, it was only 3 months into the pandemic. So whatever changes that they experienced is not observable at that time. But when I followed up related to this kind of learning results, of course there is a decrease in the students' performance, mostly because technical issues. So those students who do not have the facilities to learn at home, they don't. So if their parents do not provide them with gadgets that can support their learning, this means that they don't study. And also the students who do not have internet, they cannot access the learning material, so they don't study. So this is kind of like a double-edged sword that is really affecting the learning of the students because they do not perform as good as in offline class. Yeah. The decline is very visible, especially for those in terms of behavior. This is from one of the teachers that report that the students are that rather go out and play, or if they use the gadget, they use it to play games instead of for learning. So the time spent on screen increased, but it's not for learning. It's just for playing games because they were like at home, staying at home all day most of the time, and the instruction from the teachers are only like for a few hours. Usually it starts from 8 until 11 a.m. So it's only a couple of hours. It's not enough to provide the sufficient learning material. So the students are not learning as much as when they were still offline. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I do believe, Mr. Nung, that conducting online or distance learning is not easy, but still more questions from Nguyen. I think it is a good thing to do a research on how people maintain their motivation to change online. Ours, we really demotivated. So, what is your answer?
Demotivated, like, yeah, that's that. I think, yeah, we feel that too. Like, we feel demotivated as well. But there's still sense of responsibility. And for example, I'm a teacher as well. If I don't teach, I feel guilty. So there's a CCSS. I don't want to feel guilty. When I don't teach my students, I feel bad that I don't do my application. So I try, although I might be have like grudge. I don't want to teach. I don't want to be online and talking, and no one is paying attention to me. But I still do that because if I don't do that, I will feel bad for days, and it's still like not a nice feeling. So regardless how demotivated I am, I still try to do my job. So I believe that other teachers also feel the same way like this, although they feel like they don't want to do it, but their sense of obligation, their sense of responsibility to the students, mostly to the students, not to the institution that they're working for, but responsible to the students. They need to ensure that the students are learning. They need to ensure that the students are following the course. And it's not about whether or not they got paid highly or they got benefit from doing teaching online, because they don't, and they still have to spend extra money for this kind of activities. And so, yeah, the teachers can be demotivated, but the motivation usually for this teacher that I'm studying, because they have the biggest motivation, and that's their students. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. For the discussion, we are waiting for the next question, if there's any. All right. If not, I need the response from Professor Cynthia and Dr. Peneliti. The question is from M.Pd. I need responses from Prof. Cynthia and Nguyen relating to my question about Peneliti. So, is there any response from Prof. Cynthia and Peneliti? Excuse me? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Would you please, Prof.
Yes. Yes. Hello, everyone. Very nice to be back speaking with everyone. A really interesting piece of research, CT. And what I think is so good is you've taken a current issue, namely COVID, and you've immediately developed some research. It's quite a unique situation for us, and it goes to the point I make about how teachers need to transform themselves during this time. And that's a very difficult challenge. And also because with COVID, they usually, when teachers are required to transform themselves, they have some, they don't have the same time pressure. So I think you've found a very particularly interesting problem to research. Now, I'm sorry, DS, which was the question that people wanted me? Was it about research? DS, can you tell me what the question is? Is there any particular question people would like me to respond to?
Okay, Prof. The question is from the head of LPPM, University of UPGRIS.